is zijn metgezellin, of dat is zijn liefdesenergie. God is de bron van alles. En zijn eerste energie, een van zijn belangrijkste energieën is Radha. En die is verpersoonlijkt. En daarom is het ook Radhadesh. En kijk, God is geestelijk. Hij is niet materieel, hij is spiritueel. En onze zintuigen, die zijn materieel. Dus met materiële zintuigen en met een materieel verstand kunnen wij God niet begrijpen, kunnen hem ook niet zien. En omdat we God niet kunnen zien, verschijnt hij hier op het altaar in een vorm dat wij hem wel kunnen zien. Zoals Krishna hier verschijnt. De geestelijke leraar heeft Krishna uitgenodigd om hier aanwezig te zijn in deze vorm. En als hij hier aanwezig is, dan u ziet Krishna heeft bloemenkransen. Kunt u het zien? De bloemenkransen, die worden elke dag verse bloemenkransen gemaakt en geofferd. Krishna heeft nu gele gewaden aan. Gisteren waren het rode en welke kleur weet ik niet morgen. We hebben ongeveer 200 verschillende kostuums. En elke dag worden 2 keer de kostuums verwisseld. 1 keer 's ochtends om 5 uur en 1 keertje 's avonds om 8:30. En er worden ook 6 keer per dag wordt er een volledige maaltijd gekookt. En na elke maaltijd is er een kleine eredienst. En nu is er een priester op het altaar. En bij ons zijn de priesters mannen of vrouwen. Het is niet als in de katholieke kerk mogen alleen mannen priesters worden. In het christelijk bewustzijn mogen vrouwen ook priester worden. Want wij hebben dus gehoord van de geschriften dat Krishna hier persoonlijk aanwezig is in deze vorm. We mogen het nog niet gelijk ervaren, van hier is God. We kunnen zelfs denken, nou is dat wel zo, ik geloof het niet. Maar voor een toegewijde van Krishna, die heeft gehoord van zijn leraar dat Krishna hier aanwezig is. En als je dan gaat dienen, dan ga je meer en meer zien dat hij hier aanwezig is. En dan manifesteert hij zichzelf aan ons. Krishna kan niet gezien worden door onze materiële zinnen. Tegelijkertijd kan God zich toch manifesteren door middel van zijn vorm op het altaar. En dus wij komen hier elke ochtend en dan zingen we voor Krishna. En dan zingen we deze mantra. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. En dat is een gebed. En dat is ons belangrijkste gebed. En dat betekent, bron van, alomtrekkelijke persoon, bron van alle vreugde, laat mij u alsjeblieft met liefde dienen. Liefdevolle dienst aan God, dat is de perfectie van het leven. Dat is de perfectie van ons bestaan. Zo dit gebed is een gebed om aan God te vragen, of Krishna, wij zeggen Krishna, andere mensen zeggen God, of wij hem met liefde mogen dienen. En dat doen we dan, we doen dat op 2 manieren. Eén met zang, u heeft het al gezien in de diavoorstelling, dan hebben we cymbalen. Zijn er ook trommels? En dat is het ritme. En dan zingt er één voor en dan zingt iedereen na. Willen jullie ook zingen? Ja. Ja, willen jullie ook zingen? Oké. We hebben Indische mensen. Voor hun is dat allemaal van kinds af aan. Dat is niks nieuws. Maar, dus ik zing voor en als jullie willen, hoeft niet. Ik kan toch niks zien, jullie hebben het kapje voor, dus ik weet het niet. Ik kan het wel horen natuurlijk, maar het maakt niet uit. Hè. Dus ik zing een makkelijke melodie. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama dit is ons belangrijkste proces van yoga. Yoga betekent je geest, het denken en de intelligentie op God te richten. En dit is de makkelijkste manier. Het reciteren van de namen van God. Dat kan je gezamenlijk doen in zang en dans. Je kan ook bij dansen, je kan ook heel snel en dansen en springen. En rondjes draaien, ja, van allerlei dingen. En dan hebben we ook onze persoonlijke meditatie. Dan hebben we zo'n paternoster, Japamala in het Sanskriet. En als je de 108 kralen op en elke kraal zeggen we Hare Krsna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare. Deze vinger die steekt uit het zakje. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Dat we rond zijn, dat is 108 kralen. En dat is, als we ingewijd worden, dan beloven we om minimaal elke dag 16 keer, dat duurt ongeveer 2 tot 2,5 uur. En dat is een manier om je denken op Krishna te richten. Kijk, het ideaal gesproken moet het gedaan worden met liefde, zonder overtredingen. Als je met liefde Krishna's naam aanroept, ja, in de Bijbel bestaat het ook, roep mijn naam aan en u zult behouden worden. Dat staat ook in de Bijbel, dat staat ook in de Vedische geschriften. Dat als je Krishna zijn naam aanroept, dan zal hij behouden worden. Of dan keer je terug naar hem. Dat is de makkelijkste manier voor deze tijdperk. Dit tijdperk is niet zo makkelijk voor religie. Je zult het zien, de kerken lopen leeg, alles loopt leeg. Mensen die gaan steeds meer, die zijn steeds meer in seks en drugs en ja, onzin, allerlei soorten onzin. Dat is de tijdgeest, zeg maar. En in deze tijd is het heel moeilijk om te mediteren. Maar deze meditatie die staan nog mogelijk. En zo, dat is het belangrijkste. Wij reciteren de namen van God. Wij dienen God zoals hij op het altaar verschijnt. Door voor hem te koken, hem aan te kleden, bloemenkransen te maken, voor hem te zingen. En we hebben ook de geschriften. 's Ochtends. Hier. Oh, dat is een Duitse. Dit is een Nederlandse. We hebben de Bhagavad Gita, dat is ons basisgeschrift. We hebben verschillende geschriften. Bhagavad Gita is de basis. En er staat Sanskriet, is in Sanskriet en dan is het vertaald woord voor woord. En dan is er ook een betekenis bij. En dan soms leren we die versen uit ons hoofd. Er zijn 700 versen. Er zijn mensen die alle 700 uit hun hoofd kunnen. Er zijn er zelfs die 1000 uit hun hoofd kunnen. Maar die zijn zeldzaam. Want meestal is ons geheugen niet zo goed meer, tegenwoordig. Maar in India werd dat geleerd van kleins af aan. Werden mensen, nu nog als je in school zit, de leraar die zegt het voor. Aham sarvasya prabhavo. En dan 800 kinderen, aham sarvasya prabhavo. En zo gaan ze maar door. De leraar die zegt het voor en de kinderen zeggen het na. En als de kinderen 12 jaar oud zijn, kunnen ze 700 versen uit hun hoofd. Maar ik moet 12 levens wachten en daar kan ik ze nog niet aan mijn hoofd. Maar door de sommige, die versen, die hebben allemaal betekenis. Aham sarvasya prabhavo. Aham, zegt Krishna, aham betekent ik. Sarvasya betekent alles. En prabhavo betekent komt voort uit mij. Uit mij komt alles voort, dat zegt God. Alles is in mij. En de wijzen die dat begrijpen, die zullen mij dienen met liefde. Dat is een van de versen in dit boek. En de belangrijkste versen proberen dan, op zijn minst een 30, 40 versen, dan weet je het wel een beetje. En dan 's ochtends hebben we dus een lezing, dan geeft op deze zetel, dan geeft iemand, die geeft klas, vanochtend was ik het. Ja. Mijn naam staat op het bord, ziet u wel, Prema Siddhi en Anda. Ik lig hier niet. Vanochtend was ik het. En dan om 9 uur nemen we de toegewijde ontbijt. En dan gaan de mensen aan hun verschillende werkzaamheden hier. Sommige mensen komen hier in het weekend, sommige mensen wonen hier. Er zijn in het kasteel wonen 30 tot 40 mensen. Die komen hier de hele dag door, die zijn volledig bezig. Dan wonen hier in de buurt en binnen zijn we ongeveer met 120 man, vrouwen en kinderen. En dan hebben we in heel Benelux, ja, het zijn er geen miljoenen. Het zijn er misschien 1000 mensen, misschien wat meer. Als je de Hindoestanen meeneemt, meerekent, dan kom je wel op een 100.000 mensen. Maar die zijn niet allemaal lid van onze beweging. De Hindoestanen zijn ook niet allemaal toegewijden van Krishna. Sommigen die vereren andere goden. Maar Krishna die zegt, als je andere goden vereert, buiten mij, dan doe je dat op een verkeerde manier. Indirect dien je mij ook. Want de opperheer, de Allerhoogste Heer, soms denken mensen, ja, Hindoestanen, dat zijn duizenden goden. Dat is allemaal afgoderij. Maar de Hindoestaan is eigenlijk maar één god. Maar er zijn heel veel halfgoden noemen ze die. Die zijn hoge verhevende levende wezens die onder God werken. Zoals de zonnegod, je hebt de zon van de god, de zon van de maan, de god van de maan, de god van de zon, de god van het water, de god van het lucht, de god van het vuur. Je hebt 33 miljoen verschillende goden. En die hebben allemaal, die hebben allemaal een functie in deze materiële wereld. En deze materiële wereld, dan hebben we het niet alleen over deze aardse planeet, we hebben het over miljoenen planeten. Hè? We weten, als je naar buiten kijkt, in de wind en in de nacht, dan zie je miljoenen planeten. Nou, volgens de Veda's zijn al die planeten bewoond door allemaal verschillende soorten levende wezens. En die halfgoden wonen ook daar, ergens, of beneden. De helse planeten, de hemelse planeten. Maar dat is allemaal binnen dit ene universum. En als je buiten het universum, daar is de geestelijke wereld. En het idee is dus dat we ons uit het materiële verheffen naar de geestelijke. Nou, verheffen, dan betekent dat we het zelf moeten doen. Maar wij kunnen dat niet. We kunnen vragen of Krishna ons wil helpen. Want anders, op onze eigen kracht, komen we er niet. Oké, zo dat was een beetje de filosofie, zeg maar.
Want u geen uniform, draagt u zo geen witte kleding of geen andere?
Ja, ik draag, vanochtend toen ik hier zat, had ik Indische kleding. Dat is een dhoti, dat is zo'n lang lap stof.
Ja.
En die wit, als je ongehuwd bent, dan draag je witte kleding. En als je gehuwd bent, als je ongehuwd bent, dan heb je oranje kleding. Dat is voor een monnik, zeg maar. En voor iemand die vrouw en kinderen in een huis heeft, die draagt wit.
Ja.
En mensen die dus celibatair zijn. Ja, bij ons zijn de gehuwden ook celibatair, alleen voor de kinderen. Voor kinderen verwekken is er seks. Maar de brahmacharis, dat noemen ze brahmacharis, dat zijn de monniken, zeg maar. En die dragen oranje. Maar de kleur is waar het niet om gaat, maar het is dat is de kleur. En dan meestal de mannen die scheren een haar af, behalve een plukje hier op hun hoofd, zo, een plukje ook. En dan dragen we hier een nekkralen om onze nek, dat zijn kralen van de heilige plant. En dan als je dan een priester bent, dan krijg je nog zo'n draad. Dat is een draad die hangt om je, dat is een brahmanendraad. Voor priester, als je priester bent.
Ja.
En we doen, daar heb ik nu ook niet op, dan doen we klei van de gangers op ons voorhoofd zo.
Ja.
En dan zie je, je kan het achterloos zien. Dan doe je klei, maar ja, dat valt er vanaf. Vooral als je een beetje zweet, dan is het vanaf. Dat doen we op 12 plaatsen. Tilak.
Dat doe je 12 keer aan?
Ja, 12, hier zit je en dan zeg je Om Kesavaya Namaha, zo, en dan hier doe je zo'n blaadje. En dan hier Om Narayana Namaha, Om Narayana Namaha, Om Govinda Namaha, Om Krishna Namaha, Sridharaya Namaha, Rishikesh Namaha, Vamanaya Namaha, Sridharaya Namaha, Rishikesh Namaha, oh, niet waar. Padmanabhaya Namaha, Damodruina, Vasudeva, 13.
Maar wat heb je nu gezegd?
Nou, dat is dan met een mantra, met een geluidsvibratie, plaats je, dat zijn allemaal namen van Krishna.
Ah ja.
Dat zijn allemaal namen van Krishna, dat is om het lichaam te zuiveren, of om te laten zien dat het lichaam een tempel is van de Heer, zeg maar. Dat lichaam is een tempel van de Heer, God woont in het hart. Het staat ook in de Bijbel, God woont in het hart van alle, hij zit in ons hart, hij zit naast de ziel. Maar de ziel, die kijkt niet naar God. De ziel die kijkt door de ogen naar buiten en door de oren hoort die dingen en met zijn handen voelt die dingen en met zijn geest denkt hij over dingen, maar hij kijkt niet naar God. En als hij zich omdraait en hij kijkt naar God, dan zal hij zien wie zijn beste vriend is. Die hem kan helpen, die hem het hoogste geluk kan geven. Maar dat is dus het proces van religie. Christendom en het christendom zijn er heel veel overeenstemmingen. Het christendom werd vroeger ook op het paternoster gechant, de namen van Jezus. Jezus is.
En als een kind geboren werd, dan werd er daarmee gedaan. Bij ons worden kinderen gedoopt bijvoorbeeld,
Ja.
Christendom.
Ik ben ook gedoopt.
Ah.
Maar als protestant. Ik was een protestant.
Ja. Dus de Krishna-kindjes, wat doen ze daarmee? Of is dat niet speciaal?
Ja, er zijn verschillende ceremonieën, maar de echte doop is dus als je een geestelijk leraar aanvaardt. En meestal zijn ze dan toch wel een jaar of 15, maar dat is bij jullie ook de commune, hè? Als je 16, 17 bent, dan beloof je pas echt. Dus dat is bij ons ook, want als je een baby bent, dan weet je weinig wat je aan het doen bent. Maar ja, we doen wel een bepaalde ceremonie. Voordat we seks hebben om een kind te verwekken, dan doen we ook bepaalde ceremonieën om een goede ziel aan te trekken, zeg maar. Dus voor de geboorte hebben we al een ceremonie. Ja, en er zijn verschillende ceremonieën. Als het kind zijn eerste granen neemt, is er een ceremonie. Als zijn haar geknipt wordt, is er een ceremonie. Er zijn heel veel ceremonieën. Wij volgen die meestal niet zo. De belangrijkste ceremonie is dus de inwijding door de leraar. Dat je belooft dat je, wij beloven dan 16 keer de Hare Krsna. En wij beloven om geen vlees, geen vis, geen eieren. Eten we niet. We zijn strikt vegetariërs. Geen intoxicatie, geen drugs, geen alcohol, geen koffie en geen thee, geen sigaretten. Geen gokspelen ook, ja, je heeft het moeten onthouden. En niet gokken. Geen lotto, geen toto, geen lotto.
Geen alcohol,
geen
sekscultuur.
Ja, en niet speculeren. Nou, dat is het goede Nederlandse woord. Ja, we moeten dus. Wij aanvaarden de geschriften. We gaan er niet over, is er nou wel een God of is er geen God, of is God nou zo of God zo. Nee, wij aanvaarden de geschriften.
En als de kinderen rebelleren?
Ja, dat doen ze bij ons ook, ja.
Ja.
Nou, ik heb 2 dochters. Mijn eerste dochter, die wou er helemaal niks mee te maken hebben toen ze puber werd. En mijn tweede dochter, die is nu 30, die woont bij mijn thuis. Hier heb ik 2 appartementen, een huis met 2 appartementen, een paar 100 meter verderop. En die gaat binnenkort zijn huis aan het bouwen hier, aan de andere kant van de weg. Nou, die eerste hebben we heel strikt opgevoed. Die kinderen, ze waren hier om 4:30, 's ochtends. Ze moesten 16 ronden chanten, ze moesten alles meedoen, ze bleven. En dat hebben we gemerkt met heel veel van die kinderen. Als je het te veel erin pompt, dan puberteit gewoon eruit. Maar mijn tweede dochter hebben we haar vrijgelaten. Ja, we namen er mee toen ze heel klein was. 's ochtends om 7 uur, dan kwam ze hier voor een gedeelte van het programma. Maar ze vond het leuk met andere kinderen spelen en dansen en zingen, geen probleem. We hebben er nooit iets gedwongen. Dus die heeft het niet hard verworpen, maar die heeft het ook niet sterk aanvaard. Maar er zijn ook anderen die heel strikt zijn geworden voor anderen.
Hoe ziet uw dochter nog?
Ja, mijn dochter woont in mijn huis.
Nee, maar die andere.
Ja.
Die anderen zien we wel eens, wel een keer. Ja, de relatie is wel goed, maar we moeten het niet echt over Krishna gaan hebben. Dat wil ze niet weten. Dat wil ze niet weten.
Ja, dat kan. Goed.
Oké, we gaan nu naar de uitkijktoren.
Ja.
Meneer die blijft beneden
Ik heb het al goed gezien.
U hebt het al gezien, hè?
Oh ja.
Moeten we die stoelen niet terug?
Nou, dat doet de volgende groep komt er zo aan. Dus.
En dan zullen we weer weg. Hier, doe deze zo.
Ja, hier zitten we.
Ja.
Dan gaan we even een nieuwe aanspraak. Ja, vroeger ging je hier door. Dat is niet naar de rand. Om een beetje
rentrer au camp et vous voyez dans ce là justement des petits anges qui jouent justement sur les instruments et l'arc du soleil. Et donc c'est marrant parce que c'était à la base, là avant on s'est construit le temple dans cette salle-là, mais c'était comme parfait, justement, c'est quelque chose d'assez, on va dire, spirituel, musical. Et donc on va rentrer.
Ah oui, je me souviens.
Donc normalement quand on rentre, vous n'êtes pas obligé, mais nous on paye nos hommages. Donc c'est ce que je vais faire chaque fois que je rentre, en fait parce que c'est un lieu sacré, on vient devant la formité, donc je paye toujours mes hommages. C'est une manière de vous montrer le respect en fait. C'est le respect.
Dans les monastères tibétains, c'est
exactement. Donc voilà, ça c'est le fondateur. Donc on a une murti, c'est ce qui s'appelle en fait une forme du grand maître spirituel, celui qui nous donne toute la connaissance. Tous les jours, on a justement une cérémonie pour le remercier. Donc c'est vraiment des prières et des remerciements. Et là, vous voyez, c'est l'autel en fait, c'est une église. Et là, vous voyez le centre, c'est la forme justement de Krishna, avec sa consort Radha. Donc le masculin et le féminin ont une source spirituelle. Donc Dieu, bien sûr, a sa forme masculine, mais il a aussi sa consort féminine. Et c'est elle qui s'appelle Radha, en fait. Et les deux sur le côté, c'est deux des serviteuses principales, justement, qui servent Radha et Krishna. Et les autres formes sont d'autres formes que Dieu prend par rapport au divertissement et par rapport à la relation qu'il a avec ses dévots. Donc à gauche, c'est le Seigneur Chaitanya, qui est justement, je vous avais dit, qui est apparu il y a 500 ans en Inde, au Bengale, et qui prend la forme en tant que dévot. Donc c'est Dieu, mais il nous montre en fait comment être un bon dévot. Et son frère Nityananda. Et ces formes-là de Krishna, en fait, c'est Jagannath Baladev Subhama, et spécifiquement cette forme-là qui est en fait adorée à Jagannath Puri, si vous connaissez la ville en Inde. C'est dans l'Odisha, c'est dans l'est de l'Inde. Et en fait, c'est une forme que Dieu a pris par séparation. Donc comme vous voyez, ses grands yeux, ses mains, en fait, c'est cette forme-là qu'il a pris par séparation. Donc en fait, vraiment par séparation de ses dévots, par séparation d'où il vient, en fait, Vrindavan, c'est tout un divertissement. Il a pris cette forme-là. Donc c'est vraiment une forme de Dieu très miséricordieux. Et donc il s'appelle Jagannath, et Nath ça veut dire Seigneur, et Jagat ça veut dire univers. Donc le Seigneur de l'univers. Et donc tous les jours ici, on commence à 4h30 par la première cérémonie. Donc on fait vraiment, on commence par des chants, des prières justement. Puis après on continue par justement le chant du mantra, mais ça c'est peut-être plus personnel. D'abord c'est musical, on fait certaines prières, certains chants pendant plus ou moins 40-45 minutes. Et après pendant 2 heures, en fait on a la méditation. C'est vraiment le chant du mantra sur un chapelet, que je peux vous montrer là. Donc, voilà, c'est un chapelet comme ça avec 108 grains en fait.
Mais on a sur le tibétain aussi, hein, c'est 108. Hein.
C'est un numéro très spécifique en fait, parce que Dieu a 108 associés principaux. Et justement les Puranas, une partie des Védas en fait c'est 108. Et il y a plein de en fait, différentes descriptions spirituelles qui ont toujours ce chiffre. Donc c'est considéré un chiffre très auspicieux et directement relié à Dieu. Et donc, pas seulement dans la bhakti, mais dans plein de traditions, justement, il y a le chiffre 108. Et tout le monde, en fait, chante le mantra, tout pratiquant, toute personne qui est un peu connectée justement à la bhakti consciente de Krishna chante. Par contre, ceux qui pratiquent vraiment 2 heures ou plus par jour, c'est ce sont qui ont vraiment fait, on va dire ça, la promesse de vraiment faire un certain nombre d'heures ou un certain nombre de tours par jour. Et donc l'idée c'est en fait un tour c'est 108 fois le mantra. Donc un mantra c'est comme ça. Hare Krsna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Et ça c'est 108 fois. Et on le fait 16 fois. Et bien sûr, il y a d'autres personnes qui vont faire beaucoup plus. Et en fait, ce mantra, man ça veut dire le mental et tra ça veut dire le libérer. Donc en fait, toute souffrance vient du mental, vient justement de l'attachement au temporaire, au limité. Et l'idée en fait du mantra, c'est de se reconnecter avec la source éternelle, la source de tout bonheur. Et ce mantra a beaucoup de significations différentes et en fait traductions différentes. Mais la traduction principale, c'est vraiment en fait une prière à Dieu pour qu'on puisse être engagé dans son service. Et donc ce mantra, en fait, il est un mantra directement venu du domaine spirituel et qui a toujours existé, mais qui passait justement de âge en âge. Et par tout pratiquant qui veut vraiment rétablir sa relation avec Dieu, et bien c'est suggéré que justement Maha, parce que mantra ça veut dire justement un mantra spirituel, mais Maha ça veut dire le grand mantra. Donc c'est vraiment le mantra principal. Et donc après le...
Je vais vous couper un petit peu parce que je ne pensais pas que ça allait être si long. Mais on va devoir y aller parce qu'on a ce rendez-vous aussi. On aurait quand même bien aimé passer un petit peu. Mais moi j'ai vu. Est-ce que tu veux voir en haut ou pas? Parce que moi je l'ai vu. C'est bon, toi c'est bon. Je ne pensais pas que ça allait être si long, mais c'est hyper intéressant.
C'est 1 heure, hein,
C'est hyper intéressant. Je n'avais pas regardé.
Ça fait que 40 minutes.
Il reste 20 minutes. Il y avait peut-être la
vidéo aussi, 15 minutes. Vous avez vu l'autre musée?
On a vu les deux. Donc voilà, on a vu les deux.
Merci.
Merci.
En tout cas, un grand merci. C'était très très intéressant.
Et vous êtes toujours les bienvenus, on est toujours ouverts.
Déjà les 203.
Oui. La dernière fois, vous avez vu la boulangerie, la boutique?
morgens en s'avonds om te bidden, te zingen, ook om lezingen te luisteren. Soms zijn er ook huwelijksceremonies hier. Ici on est ensemble pour prier, pour chanter, pour écouter des conférences. Et des fois il y a aussi des cérémonies de mariage. Dus het altaar is in drie verdeeld. Er staan drie vormen van Krishna uit verschillende tijden. De theatraalvorm Krishna, om die verandert ook. Dus in het midden staat in zijn originele vorm. Naast hem staat Radharani en dan twee verdieners Radharani. Om deze Krishna, dat is Radharani, dus dan Radharani. En dan links daar staan twee beelden, dat is Krishna Chaitanya en Nityananda. Daar hebben dus 500 jaar geleden in India geweest. Vooral om die Hare Krsna mantra te stellen. Wordt Krishna Chaitanya en Nityananda. Et ils étaient en Inde il y a 500 ans. Du coup, pour chanter le mantra Hare Krishna. Dan had ik verteld over dat karrenfestival, de optocht met die karren. Dus die beelden rechts hier, die zitten dan op die karren.
Ah ja, die mogen dan hier uit de tempel.
Ja. En dat voor de défilé avec les chars, on prend les statues die. Dus normaal zijn er 3 karren, maar soms ook maar 1 kar. Dus het zwart is Krishna, maar op die plaats van Tejana. Dan het witte is naar Broer Balaram en het midden is Subhadra, de zus van Krishna.
Er zijn toch heel veel verhalen van.
Ja, ja.
Veel namen gehoord.
Als ik alle verhalen moet vertellen, dan moet ik morgen nog.
Maar dat zit in de onderrichtingen dan.
Ja. Het verhaal van die laatste 3 is dat er was een koning en die had gevraagd aan een beeldhouwer om beelden te maken. En toen had de beeldhouwer gezegd, oké, ik wil ze niet maken, maar op één voorwaarde dat ik me laat werken en dat ik me niet kon storen. Want die koning was heel nieuwsgierig en hij was 's nachts ook komen kijken in de kamer. En toen is een beeldhouwer gezegd, ja, nu heb je de belofte verbroken en gestopt. Inmiddels de beelden eigenlijk niet helemaal af zijn.
En zit er dan een
Ja,
in
de
het
boodschap
verhaal?
is eigenlijk dat we geduld moeten hebben.
Ja.
En ook de andere boodschap is dus, die beelden worden op elkaar gezet en we trekken terug naar ons, naar Vrindavan, dus het dorp waar Krishna geleefd heeft. Dus naar onze eigen plaats. Want het is overal aanwezig ook in ons dorp, in ons huis.
Ja. Mag ik nog eens vragen? De betekenis van de geur, kan ik de naam van wierook.
Ja, dus we hebben verschillende ceremonies en overal branden we wierook.
Ja, en is dat een betekenis of een bepaalde soort wierook die je dan gebruikt?
We gebruiken alle soorten wierook, wij kopen natuurlijk meestal in India.
Ja.
Alle soorten wierook zijn goed. Dus we hebben hier 6 ceremonies, en dan 6 ceremonies per jour. En bij elke ceremonie branden we dus wierook en offeren we een bloem, water en vuur. De 4 elementen. En nog de quatre choses, een fleur, de l'eau, de feu et de l'encens.
Er staat hier voor het vuur dan?
Nee, je hebt dus vuur en dan water en de bloem is de aarde en wierook is eigenlijk de lucht. Dus had ik al gezegd over de malen?
Nee.
Dus we hebben allemaal zo'n zakje en dit is de malen, dat is zoals een paternoster. Maar dit zijn 118 dagen. Dat zijn chapelenen, sans pellen. Elke paar zeggen, dan hebben we direct contact mee. Dus dat is zowel in christendom als onze vader.
Ja. En u bent dan vrij wanneer dat u dat doet?
Ja,
Dus morgens is
want
het
morgens is
samen
het het
en
beste.
dan voor de rest.
Maar ook op de dag op de zaal.
Ja, ja.
Maar we moeten dus ook wel ons werk doen. We moeten niet hard werken, we werken maar 6 uur per dag. Want we werken precies wat we doen. En de rest moet dan bidden, studeren, beetje sport, wandelen.
Nou, denk ik.
Ja.
Ik ben dus protestants opgevoed en onze kerken zien veel soberder uit als dit hier.
Inderdaad.
Dit hier is veel soberer. Het is pronk en praat. Het is prachtig.
Dat is waar, voor protestanten is het werk maar zonder beelden.
Ja. En wij stellen ook veel in vraag. Dat is ook eigen in de geloof van de protestantisme dat we achtervragen, is dat ook echt zo? En waarom moeten bijvoorbeeld gebeden het Vader Unser in het Latijns gesproken worden, dat niemand het verstaat? Dat waren die ideeën van Martin Luther, dat de geloof ook verstaanbaar voor de gelovigen moet vertaald worden. En dat die kardinalen niet met hun pracht en pronk binnen moesten lopen en sober gekleed, zwart met een witte kraagje en dat was het punt.
Ik kan er eigenlijk niet komen, want hier is ook alles in het Sanskriet en in Mali. En we proberen ook een paar toewijden ook in het Nederlands. Dat de mensen het ook kunnen begrijpen.
Ja.
Dat is ook veel beter. Maar dat is heel moeilijk, want er zijn veel traditionalisten die dat
de harde
Maar er zit zoiets in, en er is inderdaad, als je rondloopt, je ziet veel.
Ja.
En ik denk de mensen dat hier wonen, is er wel een soberheid.
Ja, dus
De levenswijze is wel
Ja.
dat proberen we ook zo simpel mogelijk
Ja.
te doen.
dicht. En dat is waarschijnlijk om uit te leggen wat dat jullie religie is,
Ja.
denk ik dan.
Dus als wij zingen gebruiken we dus ook instrumenten. Dit zijn onze trommels. Ik kan er niet echt op spelen, maar ik ga het gewoon eens laten horen. Die zijn gemaakt van klei en aan de buitenkant geleden hier. Dat is de leden van de hoek.
Ja, het is spannend om het te
Ja, we zijn op dat,
En het tweede is van deze grote cymbalen. Dat is de sambal. Dat is niet alleen voor ons, het staat ook in de Bijbel. We moeten de naam van de Heer aanroepen met trommels en cymbalen. Dat is ook iets wat christelijk is. Ja. Dan het derde instrument is een soort van lichtorgel. Ja, dan moet je zo een dus ik ga dit even spelen en dan ga ik de ruimte maken en anders zien. En dan als je wilt, de tweede keer kunnen we alles samen zien. Als je wil chanteren une fois seul, après, je peux chanter avec lui. Dus heel makkelijk, want dit staat er op het woord. Hare Hare Krsna.
Ik kan het allemaal niet zien.
Er zijn zelfs wetenschappers die voorstellen dus dat het zingen van mantras de stress verlaagt.
Ja. Ja.
En het kost niets, dus ik kan dat wel vertellen.
Ja.
Ja, mijn interessante ziekte om te werken, chanter de mantras, de stress.
Il y a des psychologies qui donnent des mantras à des personnes, pas toujours la Hare Krishna, mais un mantra qu'ils doivent répéter,
Voilà.
pour se mettre en sorte de transe. Pour,
Ja, die mantras. Er zijn ook mantras met een specifieke klank
Ja,
die heel veel vibraties,
Ja.
vibraties teweeg brengen.
inderdaad.
Dat zingen meer dan Brahma.
En zingen is ook verbondenheid. Hè?
Ah ja, dat is
Ja,
dat is wel, hè.
sowieso rustig. Het is sowieso rustig. Maar ik bedoel, ontspannend.
Dus na het zingen hebben we ook een lezing, dus daar op het bord staat dan een beetje interessante dingen. Dat zingen we dan ook en dan geeft iemand de Engelse vertaling.
En kunnen jullie dat allemaal lezen?
Nee, de meeste niet.
Maar er zijn onderricht, er is
Dus
onderricht.
al de mantras zijn dus ook in het Engels en Nederlands vertaald, dus we kunnen het boek wel laten lezen.
Maar dat is dan script waar in Latijn schrift geschreven.
Ja.
Soms is het dan niet meer het origineel schrift.
Nee.
En die sprekers, dat zijn ook mensen die hier wonen? Of
Ja,
dat
er zijn
van
mensen die
gasten?
vormen, maar er zijn ook soms bezoekende geestelijke leraars en jasses die komen lezen natuurlijk.
En gaat dat dan altijd over het geloof of gaat dat ook over iets van de maatschappij? Dat
Ja,
gebeurt
maar
in de maatschappij. En
Dingen die in de
daar die-
maatschappij gebeuren, maar die goed kunnen zien in het licht van het spirituele. Die er eigenlijk kunnen verlost geraken van de problemen van de maatschappij.
Bijvoorbeeld rond COVID of zo, wordt daar
Ja, dat
gesproken,
wordt soms te sprake.
Het is
wat dat
waar.
teweeg brengt
Het
in de
typische
maatschappij.
kapsel.
Dus de mannen hebben meestal scheren in haar hele kop. Om te laten zien als iets van herkleden van de man tegen.
Ja.
En dan gaan we een staartje en een staartje dat symboliseert dan Krishna. Dus de boeddhisten die met een staartje.
Ja.
En dan voor de lezing zingen we ook een lied voor onze stichter, waardoor we een kwaliteiten beschrijven. En dan krijgt hij ook een verse bloemetje mee.
ik zie heel veel bloemen, maar geen rozen. Ik heb heel veel bloemen gezien, maar geen rozen.
Ja, we hebben een rozentuin nu, de rozen zijn bijna uitgebloeid.
Ja.
Maar als u een week vroeger had gekomen, had u heel veel rozen kunnen zien.
Toeval, dan zijn ze er gebloeid.
Ja,
De roos was ook een favoriete bloem van onze stichter.
Oké.
Kunnen we nog eens rond?
Ja,
Hoe bekijken jullie toeval?
toeval?
Ja, veel dingen noem je toeval. Maar toeval bestaat voor mij niet.
Bij ons ook niet.
Maar hoe noemen jullie dat dan wel of hoe leggen jullie het uit? Het hangt er gewoon van de situatie af.
Volgens mij bestaat er geen toeval. Alles heeft een oorzaak en een gevolg.
Ja,
Mensen die niet geloven, die zeggen dan dat het toeval is.
ja, ik vind, nou ja,
Maar het feit dat nu geboren wordt in een bepaald iemand die nu in Afghanistan geboren wordt,
Ja.
als meisje, kiest daar niet voor. Kiest
Ja, we
daar
hebben
voor.
ervoor gekozen.
In de vorige
In de vorige leven.
dus
dat is heel
Maar
moeilijk
dus-
materie.
Maar soms is het een heel slechte situatie dat mensen heel snel voor bewustzijn kan brengen. Het is niet zo omdat je in een rijk land geboren bent dat dat een voordeel is. Zie je? Sommige mensen zijn rijk en ze hebben een heel materialistisch leven. En iemand die heel arm is soms heel spiritueel. Dus
Ja, ja.
het is niet altijd een voordeel om een rijk land geboren te zijn.
Ja.
Hebben dingen kunnen je geest verdoezelen of zoiets. Ne? Dat je te veel met dingen hebben bezig bent.
moeten we eigenlijk beter inpassen in de maatschappij, gelijk als een hier in de kolonie.
Ja.
Net niet, denk ik. Net juist. Buiten als je mee aan de maatschappij bent.
Nee, we moeten inzetten voor de maatschappij.
Ja.
Niet met.
Ah ja.
wordt er gekozen om te zorgen dat we duurzaam kunnen bouwen.
Ja.
We hebben het
En
lezen
karma,
van-
karma is dan eigenlijk ook een belangrijk deel van.
Ja, en hoe kun je verlost geraken van een karma? Door je naar God te keren, want hij kan het helpen. Hij kan al een slechte karma wegnemen.
Ja.
Dat is de boodschap van Hare Krsna.
Wij gaan het afronden.
Ja.
Ah ja,
Het heeft niets te maken met de leren met de ervaringen dat je krijgt. Al
inderdaad.
wat je
Ja.
ervaart, daar leert je iets
Ja,
uit.
het zijn allemaal ervaringen, je
En
kunt iets
daardoor-
uit leren. Hè. En zo kunnen we verder gaan.
Dankjewel.
Graag gedaan.
Dankjewel.
Gaat nu terug naar huis of zo?
Nee, we gaan nu naar het hotel, we
Ah, ja.
gaan eten en dan gaan we de lucht wandelen.
Ah, waarom?
Wandelvaart. Ja.
Hier in de buurt?
Vertrekkend vanuit het hotel, als we naar binnen komen.
Ah,
Ja, dat is heel goed.
We zullen
Dan
zwaar
gaan we
gaan
dan
maken.
over een sfeer.
Ja. Als God het wil, dan we naar hier afzetten. Ja, hier
kan ik niet.
We zullen
Zet je
zeker
met je
nog
kop
een
Allee,
los
als
en
Krishna het
de
wil.
bliksemafleider blijft hangen of zoiets.
Mooi, mooi.
ah, ik vond het heel plezant om rond te leiden.
Ja,
Ja,
dankjewel.
zeker.
Ja.
Dankjewel. Beste nog?
Als je nog eens in de buurt bent, altijd welkom. Hè.
Ja,
Ja.
zeker.
Goed.
We willen de tempelkamer vrij bezoeken.
Ja,
Ja.
oké. Super.
Dankjewel.
Dankjewel.
Dat is goed voor mijn kamer. Ladies first. Dankjewel.
Krishna, Krishna, Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna.
Yeah, it was probably like the first time you do presentation. It's never ever ever.
Some of this is not doing this. That's what
Yeah, but it's me. I know. The after can be like, oh my god.
Well, you can
20% less hours.
you can watch it. Let's see if it's
Well, I know, but this.
Is it yes or no? We just do it. Do that as last conditions.
Are you technical? High tech? Is he sitting or standing?
See what does it look like? Yeah, that's good. That's perfect. I mean, if he stands, if he really stands next to the screen, maybe you can make it more. But if he stands like where you are, then because otherwise there's so if you stand here, there's all this unnecessary space. Yeah, that's
Well, you can probably get it close.
Put two pillows where he has to stand in between.
We just feel like
Stuff like
I guess if he goes, if he's close, then you can pat him. And then you still on the screen. I guess you want to move on. I think this will really go. I can use it if you want to navigate right now. You can navigate that's like watches through the light. Because then why do you get
Yeah,
more
yeah, because
mostly?
I should keep it.
Did you want to go else?
No, no, just stay.
Om Gyanatimirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Minitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Tadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Gurun Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagajatam Sahagana Ragana Tanvitam Tam Sujivam Savadvetam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamscha He Krishna Karana Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopisha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gourangi Radhe Vrindavanishwari Vishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha kalpa turubhyascha kripa sindhubhyevyacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Okay, so let us commence under the specific request of our Brahmachari Ashram leader, Gopinath Rao. He has dragged me and assisted. I gave some presentation in the Srimad Bhagavatam class. It's an initial version. I think I only as of yesterday started to prepare it, so no doubt it will get lots of additions and corrections later. So this is the first version of it. Srimad Bhagavatam class. I have 4 parts of the presentation. An introduction, talking about a little bit about the Srimad Bhagavatam class. The structure of what the basic structure of the Srimad Bhagavatam class should be. Preparations for the class, maybe the best part. And actually giving the class itself, presenting the class. So that's the 4 sections I come up with from my material, of which, again, depending on devotees' requests and devotees' interest, it's quite a bit of material. I'm planning to stop at 7 o'clock. It's 1 hour is enough. The first 3 parts would be today. Introduction, the structure and preparation, and tomorrow then would actually be the presentation. How to try and present a nice class on Srimad Bhagavatam. A little introduction. Srila Prabhupada gave, how many classes in total do you think Srila Prabhupada gave? In total, not just Bhagavatam classes. And classes, not conversations, not lectures. How many classes did Prabhupada give? Well, yeah, I'm going by what's recorded, yes. Because that's obviously the data I have to use with. How many classes Srila Prabhupada gave?
2,000, 4,000?
There's a 2,000, there's a 4,000, and the ladies?
Hmm?
Yeah. Recorded class. I can only go with I already added up the numbers on the Prabhupada Vani website, so definitely recorded.
Not conversation, just
classes. 3,600. Ladies, Shabhadra in the country, how many classes do you think there is?
I think something like 1,100.
I think there's 1,100. You can just see, Manager?
Yeah, I thought somebody said it in class.
Oh, yeah? Yeah. Chuck, you said?
2000.
Yeah. So there is again, this is recorded, we have 2,333 classes. Yeah. So that's a lot of classes. So probably Srila gave it, that's the Srimad Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita, Chaitanya Charitamrita, Ishopanishad, Brahma Samhita. An extra devotion. And of those classes, how many are specifically Srimad Bhagavatam? Yeah. Which half the classes, just under half, at coming in at 944. 904, so just about half the class she probably gave. That's a lot of classes. So this presentation is presenting what Srila Prabhupada presented. That's what I'm trying to do here. That's why the first slide was, these are guidelines. It is not how we're all going to give classes. It's not, because we don't insist everyone fits into a square box. But I was thinking like the topic of, in ISKCON, when someone wants to get initiated, for the first 6 months minimum, they have to chant only Srila Prabhupada's prana mantras. Even if they're aspiring for a certain personality. No, you don't do it. For 6 months, you chant strictly only Srila Prabhupada's prana mantras, so you make a clear connection between the disciple and the founder Acharya. If after 6 months you have a specific Diksha Guru, you approach them, you approach your authorities, and you request to start saying their mantras. I would think this should be similar in ISKCON. That even though we would have so many Vaishnavas, we would have so many styles and ways, which all could be perfectly Gaudiya Vaishnava, perfectly Bhakti, but for at least a while we should just do it the way Prabhupada did it. And then later on, if we naturally have our own style, that should be allowed to grow. But to follow Prabhupada's style, we need to know it. And often the case is, when something becomes kind of like institutionalized, people who come in new think, well, that's the way you do it. He did it. No, that's the way he does it, not the way our founder Acharya did it. So again, it's like I always quickly tell my first thing about Kirtan. I was in the Kirtan after about 6 years in the movement, and my friend ended the Kirtan with no Jais. He didn't do Jai Radha, Govinda Radha. He didn't do it. And I got in his case. I was temple president. I got in his case. He said, what are you doing? Bogus. And I found out, oh, no, I'm the one that's bogus. That's the way Prabhupada did it. I was 6 years in the movement. It was a real scare that I didn't know that. So this is mostly how Srila Prabhupada did it, and therefore those who want to follow that, do it, and those who are introduced to doing these things, giving kirtan, giving class, should know how our founder Acharya did it for this number of classes, a lot of classes. Okay, so let's hear a little Bhagavatam before we present it. Again, I'm not sure. Tadvag vishargo janatag vivlaplo yasmin prati shlokam abad vajatyapi namanyana tasya yaso nikintaniyat srivanti gayanti granati saravaha. On the other hand, that literature, which is full of descriptions of the transcendental glories of the name, fame, form, pathos, etc., of the unlimited Supreme Lord, is a different creation full of transcendental words directed toward bringing about a revolution in the impious lives of this world's misdirected civilization. Such transcendental literatures, even though imperfectly composed, are heard, sung, and accepted by purified men who are thoroughly honest. I have some section of the purport. Therefore, there is a great need for disseminating the message of Srimad Bhagavatam all over the world. It is the duty of every responsible Indian, we can include ourselves there, to broadcast the transcendental message of Srimad Bhagavatam throughout the world, to do all their supermost good, as well as to bring about the desired peace in the world. Because India has failed in her duty by neglecting this responsible work. There is so much quarrel and trouble all over the world. We are confident that if the transcendental message of Srimad Bhagavatam is received only by the leading men of the world, certainly there will be a change of heart, and naturally the people in general will follow them. Our presenting this matter in adequate language, especially a foreign language, will certainly fail, and there will be so many literary discrepancies despite our honest attempt to present it in the proper way. But we are sure that with all our faults in this connection, the seriousness of the subject matter will be taken into consideration, and the leaders of society would still accept this due to its being an honest attempt to glorify the Almighty God. Similarly, let there be systematic propaganda for popularizing reading of the Bhagavad Gita and the Srimad Bhagavatam, which will act like sugar candy for the jaundice-like condition of sense gratification. When men have a taste for this literature, their hankering after other literatures which are catering poison to society will then automatically cease. We are sure, therefore, that everyone in human society will welcome Srimad Bhagavatam, even though it is now presented with so many faults, for it is recommended by such an authority as Sri Narada, who has very kindly appeared in this chapter. Now that's an edited version, it's a long purport. And I particularly like this because I think we can apply this very much to our meditation on giving classes on Srimad Bhagavatam. We are meant for disseminating the message of Srimad Bhagavatam. What is the prime way we disseminate the message of Srimad Bhagavatam?
By giving class.
By Bhagavatam class. By Srimad Bhagavatam class. It's the Srila Prabhupada institutionalized that every day that this is a key part of the program. We sing, we have kirtan, we press mass, we see the deities, and we hear Srimad Bhagavatam. So it's a core way. It's the basic way we disseminate Srimad Bhagavatam, by giving in our temple, our classes. So the importance of that and how then everything will spread out from that. The people who come will benefit and we'll benefit, and the taste of Bhagavatam will grow from the activity of the temple Bhagavatam class. So it's so important that we give it our best. We do our best with it. I also like this verse. There's a number of points I also hear that there be systematic propaganda. I like probably use the word systematic. There's a system, there's a structure, there's a plan to doing everything. And for popularizing reading, there is a system we should follow. But there's so many ways I could use. It's very nice to apply for this meditation of how to give a nice class. But a point to quickly move on to in relation to this purport and this text, Madhavananda Prabhu, he's in one of his wonderful Christian Karamrita magazines. He had one of the Putana one about how Putana represents the false guru, and he did a whole magazine on this. And it was quite hard, it was quite shocking, quite heavy, how institutions can go wrong. Not can go wrong, institutions will go wrong. It's just going to happen. There's power play, there's positions, there's titles. It's just going to happen. Then why did Srila Prabhupada put so much emphasis on institution? Because we need it. It's a powerful vehicle. It's a powerful instrument that we need to use. How do we counterbalance? How do we offset the defects of the institution? Two things. The two things that will offset the drawbacks.
Hearing and chanting.
Well, specifically, chanting Hare Krishna and hearing Srimad Bhagavatam. These two things, Prabhupada emphasizes, these two things will counterbalance and will, in the text, cause a revolution in the lives of misdirected civilization. Will ISKCON have problems? Yep. Has it had problems? Yep. Will it have more problems? Yep. Will it become misdirected? Yes, it will. But these two things will bring it back on track. Those who chant Hare Krishna nicely, and His Holiness Satyananda Swami is going to come, and no doubt he will be yet again telling us how nicely we should chant Hare Krishna, and hearing Srimad Bhagavatam. These two things will revolutionize. Any deviations or will revolutionize, it will bring it back. Bring it back. So the importance that we all, as we individually chant on our 16 rounds, we chant together in Sankirtan for the deity's pleasure, and we hear Srimad Bhagavatam nicely. It will revolutionize and bring us back on track. Okay, anybody, any little points on that introduction? Okay, so second part, the structure. So this is a basic stage, and the part 3 and 4 preparation presentation. But I think this is very important, and this is the direction Gopinath gave me, is that we should at least all know what is the very basic structure of how Prabhupada gave his 933 classes. Singing Jai Radha Madhava. No problem there. Everyone knows we start a class, we're singing Srila Prabhupada institutionalized that. And what have I apart from Chaitanya Charitamrita, we do sing Shri Krishna Chaitanya. But we would never imagine ISKCON where we don't sing Jai Radha Madhava, right? Imagine someone sat down and went, Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya, Radha Ramana Hari. It's ecstatic, right? But you go, boo-boo. Manaji, it's Jai Radha Madhava that we sing, right? We wouldn't like it. And I have this meditation in relation to like my first point about this is how Prabhupada did it. Should we do it exactly the same in his style, or can there be variation in style? And then the next question is style a principle or a detail? Another question. And we know that's a big question. That's what Prabhupada said. What did Prabhupada say in relation to a principle and detail? It takes to know the difference between a principle and detail, yeah. So, is it a detail how he did it? And I gravitate more towards these are principles because they're core activities in our core structures of our very big institution is given the Bhagavatam class. So how Prabhupada did it, it's not just a style thing for me, it's a principle of keeping it in a certain track. So we never dreamed that. But what has happened with our Jai Radha Madhava in ISKCON?
It has expanded.
It is expanded into chanting Hare Krishna. And I want to propose there is no need to chant the Maha Mantra. Srila Prabhupada never did it, and I counted up. There's 102 recordings of Prabhupada singing Jai Radha Madhava. There's only like 6 on the CDs. I found 102 recordings. He never once did it. Now, it's chanting Hare Krishna. You think, how could that? That's what we're here. That's what we are. We chant Hare Krishna. But I propose that every little change we make, especially in key activity, something that he never did, not just once, but this number of times, then what's the word, parameter are we setting up? We can, and it's not that if somebody does it, it's wrong, but now it's almost institutionalized. That's where I wave the flag. Practically everybody does it now. So therefore, somebody who's new comes in, will sing Jai Radha Madhava and feel obliged. I have to chant Hare Krishna too, because that's what they're saying. The Founderacharya never did it. So, again, example of the subtlety of how changes can happen and how we have to be always cautious that the next will change. So, singing Jai Radha Madhava and Hare Krishna is not required. Prima Devani prayers. And it's interesting, we've added Hare Krishna to most Jai Radha Madhavas, and yet nearly everybody has dropped the Prima Devani. Very few devotees do the full Prima Devani. And 102 recordings of Jai Radha Madhava, every kirtan Srila Prabhupada did, every time, no matter how short, how long, he always did the full Prima Devani. Always, it's like a minute, 1 minute, 20 seconds, 1 minute, 30 seconds. Prabhupada did it every single time. Prabhupada, of course, did his own. Sometimes he had little variations, but Prima Devani prayers, every time. Jai Radha Madhava, Prima Devani. Yeah, we've all heard it. So, that's been, I have a beam here. This has been added, and this has been taken out. Practically, I feel. And so, just interesting to point. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya, 3 times. A small little point, I'm going to be mean to Gopinath here, because I'm up here because Gopinath picked me out. A small thing, again, very nice, very sweet, is that a lot of times the devotee says, good morning everybody. Welcome to the morning Bhagavatam class. That's polite, right? Polite is personal. Gopinath has done it in 2 of his classes, and because he did it at the point of after doing this, he forgot to do Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Not just once I got in his case, then the second time I got in his case again. And it was interesting to me because it was at the right moment. He said, good morning everyone, at the moment he's meant to be doing Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. So he added something which is nice, but then inadvertent, he just forgot. Of course he wanted to do it and he probably never forget it again. But it was interesting, the point he added something which he probably never did, the thing that is so essential, very essential, it just suddenly slipped out, accidentally. But again, it's interesting how these things can slip our minds and catch us. So, Prabhupada never said good morning to anybody, not in the class. It's a formal occasion, so it's not required. So, after Anamo, then everybody would like to hear, we are reading this morning, Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 1, Chapter 2, Text 44. It's nice to keep us, that's always done. Reciting the Sanskrit verse, repeating line by line. Prabhupada, this was very Prabhupada, of course, did this, and we all do. This is something that thankfully is very alive. No one's ever not done this. I had never sat in a class and no one. And Prabhupada did it a lot. He would spend up to 10 minutes. When he was first introducing it, he would say, again, again. I heard some lecture, Prabhupada goes, again. And then like for 10 minutes, I think I timed, devotees kept repeating the verse. Prabhupada was, because it's repeating of the verse, it's Bhagavatam. So, the speaker does it 3-4 times, and then of course then allows for attendees to hand over ladies and men. There's a few places in the Bhagavatam culture about the seniority element, and even preparing this presentation, there's so many little things I wanted to say, but there's too many. But of course, that's one thing about in reciting this, that there is a seniority. Normally, those who are senior should always be allowed to recite first. And we're pretty good in that, but sometimes I see some people are not following that. But yeah, so a number of times men, a number of times ladies. And I've heard a couple of occasions where Prabhupada cut the men off, by the way. Ladies! And a man started singing. Prabhupada and before the man finished, ladies! You know, Prabhupada. Because even then, the men were like, hugging the show, as the tendency is, and Prabhupada was strong and clear that the ladies also nicely recited. So, but I think we're generally good in that, but it should be sure it's nice and balanced and even. Word-for-word translation, that's a standard thing too then. I think that's also in good shape. Everybody, the speaker recites the Sanskrit and English and everybody follows. Read the translation. Aha, but I have my next question mark. What else has become standard in ISKCON?
Make everyone repeat it.
Yes. It is not required for attendees to repeat in group format the English translation. Srila Prabhupada, in his 933 classes with Pradyumna and Nitai, who were doing the Sanskrit, never, ever did it. So yeah, 2 points to this. One, he never did it, so it's kind of become, again, a little bit institutionalized in our ISKCON. And apart from he didn't do it, so I think we shouldn't do it. But as an artist element, bringing the artist thing in, it doesn't really work. I find it's clumsy. English is English. It's like modern Kali Yuga language. Sanskrit is the beauty and the poetry that's so natural to Sanskrit. English doesn't have it. So the speaker's trying to find and stops here, and then people, it's like maybe half it to the sentence or half it to the syntax, and it's clumsy. And then for the people to repeat it, it's just, I find it a clumsy activity, even though it's a Bhagavatam text. But I find it clumsy. Anyway, Prabhupada never did it, so I think we should drop that completely. So maybe I finish the list and I'll take some questions. So it's not required for attendees to repeat. Read the purport. I have a little point here, and I find, please don't rush the reading of the translation, and even more so the purport. Again, okay, I like to be a little dramatic and an artistic sense, and I really think, and this is a big point from my presentation section, I'll say it now, is pause. Take pauses. It's really nice. It allows everybody to breathe and take in the moment in so many ways in life, in dramas and conversation, and in reading the text and purport. Let it sink in, because in many ways then we're going to speak, we're obliged to speak next as the speaker, but this is a bit where we're hearing Prabhupada or repeating Prabhupada, how nice it is to make sure we do it and let it sink in. Not that I'm rushing to my class and I want to start speaking. No, don't. Let's hear Prabhupada nicely. So take time reading the text and the purport. And then recite the Mangalacharya prayers. Now, this is also pretty much, I find, it's been not done in a lot of cases. Now, a question is, now I do raise a question about this point. How much Srila Prabhupada did this point? Did the full Mangalacharya? And I would propose, and I could be counter-argued by somebody who does the research, that he did it not all the time, but he did it a lot of the times. But it's hard to be clear for two reasons. A lot of us grew up on Prabhupada's lectures from the tapes. Now, two problems with the tapes. One, tapes were expensive and recording, and devotees normally didn't record everything in the lecture. They only waited until Prabhupada started speaking because tape was costly. So they didn't record it all fully. Second thing is that when they mass-produced the tapes, they were limited. So lectures got cut. they did edit lectures. The archives edited the lectures, not all of them, some, to make it fit on a tape. And I know these things, I'm not very much in, but I know from the Prabhupada Vani website. And ever since the last 4 years, they've released the uncut, unedited, raw recordings. Without any, the following is a class by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhatt, without any, no, it's just raw, unedited. And there's many, many more Mangalacharis in those lectures. So I'm proposing that Prabhupada did do it, but it got cut a lot. It didn't get recorded. Because they thought, well, why do it every time? Let's just record the lecture by Prabhupada. But he does do it a lot. You have a lot of recorded times Prabhupada does it. And for me, it's essential. Some devotees, again, have added, please, I'd like to ask the blessings of all the devotees present to give class. That's nice. But it's in there. It's in the Mangalacharya. That's what you're doing. You're starting off with your spiritual master, Lord Chaitanya, the previous acharyas, Krishna, Radharani, the Vaishnavas in the room. You're asking the blessings in the Mangalacharya prayers. It's already in there. It's already complete. You don't need to ask for blessings. There's no harm again, but it's in there. So, reciting the Mangalacharya prayers, I find an essential bridge between reading the purport and me speaking is my praying. Is praying. These are the prayers. I find it vital in preparing for a nice class. And then start your class. Okay, that's structure. Any comments, questions, or concerns about structure? Mother Bhagavati.
Just with the repeating of the actual translation.
Yes.
I find personally, that after the period where I was always in Mangalarti and chanting and everything, by the time we reach the lecture, people are often tired, and I notice very often when you repeat the translation, that is actually when I take in the translation. It puts me on active again, and especially before the purport, it puts me on active, and it helps you actually know what is being spoken about. Okay. So in a sense, apart from it just being a habit, I just find it very useful. Personally, I find it very useful. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't dare counter that. Obviously, there's so many things we can add that can. And in one sense, and I also have in my own classes, I don't follow a very traditional didactic approach. I have a sort of a classroom approach to because of that point too. I know I need to do something to be sure that the devotees we're together. We're doing this. So things which stimulate the devotees in the room, and especially if they're tired, seems useful. But specifically that one, as a style issue, that's quite a dramatic change in Prabhupada's style, even though the idea of a tool to absorb the text is nice, but this tool, I would question that it's a distinct style difference in Prabhupada, so I wouldn't encourage it. But your purpose is clearly, obviously, yes, very good, to help to absorb the text and even a little style point too. We know how Prabhupada when he gave his class, he Jayarada Madhav, he sang Primitivani, and then he handed over to Pradyumna or Nitai to do the Sanskrit. They would do the Sanskrit, he would read the text, translation, and usually Pradyumna, let's say. And after that, what would Prabhupada start his class with? No. Well, the Sanskrit, the verse again. He always practically, that's 99% of the time, Prabhupada recited the Sanskrit again. He doesn't read the translations. He doesn't give translations. And even in his lectures, Prabhupada's lectures are saturated. They're packed with verse after verse after verse. But he doesn't give translations. He gives the Sanskrit. Because the sound, Shabda Brahman, the power of the sound, it's so stimulating, it's so ras, it's so the nectar of Sanskrit. But then you elaborate upon the point. He doesn't then, never. 2033 classes, you never hear Prabhupada repeating word for word any of his own translations. He just didn't do it. Because he would give a commentary, which is another version of the translation. His purport, his comment. So I would say there's an emphasis he doesn't have on the text. And even the famous Bhagavad Gita thing, right? Prabhupada said in the early edition of Bhagavad Gita, yeah, you can use his translations from Dr. Radhakrishna, but it's the purport's the main thing. So Prabhupada didn't give such emphasis.
I had a question about the sixth point. You mentioned that senior devotees, but you mentioned that it should always be seniors first.
Yes.
So I was just wondering, does it also mean that the younger generation will not have that opportunity because there will always be seniors?
Yes, there will always be seniors in the room, and so how do we then create that? Then I think again it's a point about the juniors should know this, the seniors should know that, and then the seniors create an environment with their blessings, permission. The juniors, no, you sing, come on, you do, you recite, you lead. I get my very, very, very first class, just me and one devotee. Tribhuv Prabhu. Just me and him. He said, you give class. Oh, true. So because he wanted to train me, he wanted me to get some experience. So again, a culture point doesn't have to be mechanically followed as long as the essence of the culture is respect. That a junior suddenly jumps up and there's like 4 very senior. That person then needs to be reminded, no, you don't do it unless requested by. Yeah. So a balance where yes, that younger devotees should get practice, but simultaneously it shouldn't overstep the etiquette of seniority. And the 2 little points, I think I had them in. On seniority, the garland given should be done by the most senior person in the room. I didn't know that. I did a bit of research. And the giving of the garland should be done by the most senior. And also, if somebody does, and that we've had previous discussions about at the end of the class, Krishna Das Ki Jai, that should be done by the most senior person in the room as well. That's an important part of the Bhagavatam culture. And that we see that in the Sage of Namasharanya and the Sutta Goswami. It's there, it's ingrained in the Bhagavatam culture. The most senior is the person who does these things. So, and it's a little, and yeah, I think it was actually, listen to the Jayadvaita Swami. If no perspective, back to Joe gives the garland, or if the GBC or Prabhupada disciple gives the garland, there's a difference. There's a difference. We appreciate it more.
Question about seniority. Sometimes when I give class and it's time for the audience to decide, and we always first look at the men, but we have 2 most senior Vaishnavis.
Yes.
So when they are in the temple room, I always have the tendency, I did it once, but
yes.
Please ladies first.
Yes.
And not the man.
Yes.
Is that okay? Or is that again a deviation from standards? Because my heart says why should we recite first?
You can do senior magic.
We learn from Devaki that according to the whatever standard, men are always superior than
yes.
Even if it's elder lady.
Okay.
And the younger men are still superior.
Okay.
It doesn't feel like that.
I also really at one point really wanted to embrace this fact that and so when I cue the devotees to speak the Bhagavatam, I always just go somebody else. I actually don't go men, but this is kind of the way we do it. But I kind of pride myself. I would be happy. I personally think it wouldn't be. I think it's a little ingrained. And one little subtle point of this, how are men and women, this issue in ISKCON and all that, is that I heard it before, but I'd forgotten a long time, in relation to, receiving Prashadam? Oh, no, sorry. Oh, offering petals to Prabhupada. Offering petals to Prabhupada Vyasa Puja. In rank, first it should be sannyasis, then grihastas, including their wives, then brahmacharis and brahmacharinis. So that's nice. So there's kind of a natural balance there. Sannyasis, grihastas, grihasta means husband and wife do it together. That's either Burjampu. I think Burjampu in Prabhupada's Vyasa, talking about the Vyasa Puja they did in. Yeah. In the Hong Kong Vyasa Puja they went wrong and they did it again. Prabhupada said grihastas, and then the brahmachari should be last. But again, how to implement that is a culturally, like many things, a little challenging for us. And we're set in our ways, which are not necessarily right, for sure. So, I also have weight on the question mark on that point. Jai Bhadramaji.
For me, I don't like to disagree, but I don't think it has to do with superiority or inferiority. I think it has to do just, we used to, if you go to, Prabhupada's structure, all I remember from also hearing and a few classes I attended, and then one person like this after, and that's just enough. There's quite a few exceptions though. I noticed listening to the classes. he would have one lady in between the men, and he would always praise, say, oh, very nice, and then the men continued. Really? And I think it was Lilavati. She was the head for Jerry in Los Angeles.
Yeah, okay.
So he would have a woman or two.
The ones I heard, you clearly know Prabhupada was having it, even he had to like push back the men a bit. Okay, you've done your bit. So there is another half of the temple room here. But you could get the sense that was there. And the men, they were like, well, we'll do all 50 men, and maybe the ladies can do one. So that was there. And the Prabhupada, even he was cautious about that mood. So again, like many cultural things, it's something it's in progress. Okay, so let me move on there from structure, because I did want to. Okay, let's do fit preparations in. I think that's something I want to say. Anyway, let's move on. Come on to me. So, some techniques in preparation. Prepare, and prepare even more. Now, this is a universal point. That anybody, I was looking at Jayadeva Swami, of course, is the person I always go to, Madhavananda Prabhu, a few other devotee places I went to. This is such a basic point. The basic respect you give to the service of being requested to speak Bhagavatam, and the basic request to the Vaishnavas that are going to come is that you prepare your presentation. Now, I also add to that if you're a super fired up sannyasi and you're traveling all the time and your life is like genuinely engaged in hearing and just getting on Harinam and hearing again and then whenever you open your mouth it's just nectar. But that's not 99.99% of us. 99% we have simple lives, simple Vaishnavas, and we're all aspiring to become pure, but we're not. Our day-to-day life doesn't ooze pure Shravanam and Kirtanam. So to create, from the first text, a systematic, attractive presentation of hearing Bhagavatam, you have to work at it. We have to work. I have to work at it. We have to work at it. Will that work? And one of my little mantras is, I have no, people, if you ask me to give a class, can you give a class please? Oh, I have no realizations. I said, that's fine. That's okay. I don't have any realizations. Actually, I do have one realization. Realization is preparation. And if you prepare, you will get realizations. And that's the point I have later on. But when I wrote prepare, then I thought I have a little elaboration on this. Prepare, not just sake of 3 times, but I want to say 3 types of preparations. 1, live the life. If you're living it, that's the first preparation, if you're not living it. Then 2, reading it. Regular reading the books. And that's here everywhere ISKCON's trying to embarrassingly pick ourselves up from the fact that most of us have neglected that. And then prepare the class. Also prepare the class. So 3 types of preparation going on here. By living the life of a devotee, by regularly doing what Prabhupada wants, not just reading the Bhagavatam, preparing the Bhagavatam class, and then when you get to do it, also preparing a nice Bhagavatam class. You could do something. Oh, shoot. Attend the class. Okay, so I think it's called a drop the mic moment, is it? Is it? No. I don't want to, I'll be shot when I drop this mic. Yes, by attending the class. So I think I'll quickly move on to the next point there.
No, but
yes.
I think it's part of live the life.
Yes, because again, I was going through my old Jayadeva Swami points on this, and he said in ISKCON, because Bhagavatam class, thankfully, it's pretty well established in ISKCON, pretty institutionalized, pretty clear. Evening Bhagavad Gita class, not really. There's been numerous attempts and pushes to get it there, but it's just not given the same weight. And that's another example of an interesting way to watch ISKCON's evolution. Prabhupada instructed it was there for a while, and why did it disappear, sort of? Why did evening Bhagavad Gita class disappear? Sankirtan! Yeah, in the name of preaching, Sankirtan. And yet all those devotees who were like, well, we're all preaching, which Prabhupada endorsed, but then those devotees stopped doing Sankirtan, the Bhagavad Gita class got lost. The same, it got lost. Gaurarti also, even in Soul Street, I like evening classes, and I'll give the morning class. And the evening classes, I gave a couple, and I couldn't give any more. They were just, they're so painful. You'll have 2 or 3 people in there who are like completely nuts. And you'll have people in there till the darshan going on. At 6:30, they'll walk out. And then about 10 to 7, you have people pouring in at 10 to 7, and they're looking at you. And it's just impossible. It's just... So after a few, I said, I can't give this anymore. It's just, I need an audience that are listening to me. It's just really austere. And no regular devotee goes. And that's Soho Street, one of our flagship temples. It's a mess. Frankly, it's a mess, that class. And even the lunchtime, that's a preaching, it's different. Yeah, so... how did I wander off? Yes, so living the life. Yes, so certainly, yes. And that's why, for me, I'm a huge guilty person of this. And that's something I have to address personally, but simultaneously it's about, I'm also demanding or fussy about the quality of the class. That's what, but 100% correct, attending the class is a big part. And that's a part of the fourth part about a list of miscellaneous, about a class is 2 things. And in ISKCON we tend to overemphasize the speaker and not the listeners. We overemphasize the cooks and not the eaters. We have this little subtle way in ISKCON, we kind of create, I believe, a neophyte mentality. My experience is based upon someone else's qualification. No. That's a neophyte mentality. The other person's qualification is important. But my experience is not based upon the person. My experience is based upon our mutual, and that's Majjhim. That's the Majjhim platform. Together we're working on this. So, yes. So preparing the class, at least give, yes, the rest of it's more on preparations. So, first thing in preparation, read the verse and purport 3 to 5 days, at least in advance, read both repeatedly. So, I'd like to give everybody one key jai from Mother Bhagavati. Mother Bhagavati key? Jai. For taking on so nicely the service of organising the classes, which would have drove me mad even earlier. If I also jai Shri Radha Gopinath Lita Vishaka key. Jagannath Baladev Subhadra key. She has taken on that very nicely as a service, and one of her key features was people get lots of notice, sometimes 2 months. 6 weeks you're given. She has book and schedule, and that's very nice because then there's no excuse for the speaker. So, but personally, I like if I have a text, at least 3, if not 5 days before, I will first read the text and purport, so it's in my blood what it is I have to speak on. But an important thing for me is to read it repeatedly. Really important, because a lot of what we do is very mode of passion. Even when we go to the Bhagavatam, going our chanting here, very mode of ignorance and mode of passion. The mind reads it, nothing there, and the mind will have its first shouting of nonsense. No, let me read it again. Let me read it again. At least 3 times. I will sit down and read the text in the full purport 3 times. And by the 3rd time, boing, things are popping out like all over the place. Because you're reciprocating, you're convinced. This is Bhagavatam. I want to hear Prabhupada. I want to be with Prabhupada. I also had this thing in my early days under Sastru Maharaj's example. When I read the Bhagavatam, you read the purport, and someone came out, something from the purport, you write it in the book, that quote from the purport. And as you wrote that purport, a whole fresh experience of what that line meant to you would come out, and then you start writing your own free writing. So that's something he did. A poor man reads the Bhagavatam. He did it for many, many years. So, but by reciprocating with the Bhagavatam, by just simply writing it out, you got realizations straight away. So reading it repeatedly. So people might think, I don't know what's in this purport. How many times did you read it? Once? No good. Very important. Many times. So start early reading the purport. And by reading it, you find a message or point you want to share from Srila Prabhupada's purport. And I think this is probably maybe one of my center points of the whole thing. Apart from the many elements of style and structure and how to prepare and how to present, have something you want to say. Find something you want to say. Find your purpose. Find your... And of course, 90% of the time, that will come from something that's resonating with you. And as we know, I as an individual am the prime benefactor from preparing the class and giving the class. It's very nice if devotees benefit, but I am the prime benefactor from giving the service to speak Bhagavatam, and therefore by preparing for it. Somewhat like I always compare it to like cooking a feast. I can spend like 8, 10, 12, 2 days cooking a feast. It's gone in half an hour. That's the nature. And the same in the class. Many hours preparing for it, and it's a wonderful, and then it's an hour, 45 minutes, an hour presentation. So, by reading, but find that message. Have a purpose. Have something you want to share. And everything else then will very much follow along, actually.
It might be gone quickly, but if it's really good, like a feast or a class, it sticks with you, huh?
Yes, of course. Yeah, it definitely, the impression, the experience is part of our growing our Krishna conscious experiences, which make us more attracted to Krishna, for sure, yeah. So, but by reading it, find a message or a point, or, I didn't say it, or a couple of points, of course, a couple of points. I tend to be fanatic for 1 point. I really like to find 1 point, and then pursue my research on that 1 point. But that's, again, my style. So at least 2 points, but no, not 3 and 4 and 5. I find the tendency is, see, one of my points is, we're all Prabhupada followers. And Srila Prabhupada was super empowered, giving his books. You get his book, and within 6 months, you're going to Chinta Beda Tattva, the 5 rasas, the Jiva. So we have this intense, esoteric, deep philosophy at our fingertips within months of joining ISKCON. But we know it's not, we have to work, live the life and to make it go deeper. But the problem is then we get the habit of what I call, a lot of classes are just a bunch of stitched together ISKCON sound bites. Just things we've heard, we said, a devotee should be tolerant. Krishna is, whatever, so many little points. They're all very nice points, but they're just sound bites. We haven't thought about them. We haven't, okay, what works, what does it add to my point that I want to make? So it's very easy for most devotees in ISKCON to sit down and speak about philosophy, but structure and preparation makes it much more deep for us and for the others. So, finding the message. Think about and identify related ideas, verses and stories from the Shastra connected to the point. So, when you get your idea, you've read the purport a few times, you found a message, then you go on the hunt, then you go on the research. Now, I'm hoping, because even, let me see for a second, sorry. Let's just a quick. I mean, this is what computers were made for, by the way. This here, just this one thing, the database. This is why Kali Yuga introduced the laptops and computers. So we have so much to compensate for us who don't read and aren't so shastric to prepare our classes by looking up. Now, so somebody give me a word, any word. That's too big. That's too big word. Cleanliness, okay. So everybody knows, like, so let me see. So I want to go on Prabhupada's lectures. I tick that box, type my thing, and I go cleanliness, C-L-E-A. Now, how do you spell it? L-I-N-E. Okay, and then I got 545 hits just in the lectures alone on cleanliness. And that's like, and then I go off, and off I go reading Prabhupada about cleanliness, the first reference, and then off we go. And there's, I don't know, it's interesting because the same text being repeated. Actually, see, that's an interesting point too. Even that, I find, look at that straight away. Prabhupada quoted that 7-8 times, that one verse. Okay, there's a verse in my class. Prabhupada referenced this verse on that topic. I should quote it. It just starts to come out and evolve. So the database, and the point is, I think recently I mentioned Edwin's or something, or it was Eva, they didn't have the database. I said, oh my God, how do you prepare your class? How does anybody prepare a class at the database? And like, I always go back to a key moment when I'm such a fanatic in the 1 point class. A devotee in a shrat once had a purport and text just on trees. And I only mentioned about 6 trees in the purport. And that was all it was. And I thought, well, he's finished. And I gave this ecstatic class on trees. And I put in the word trees. It's like, okay, if I take away the audio and just in general, trees. spell it correct? So I can't see. T-T-O-E-S. 5,534 times. Just the word trees. And that's like trees. I mean, you put any word in, it's there. It's in between the lectures and the books and the letters and then auxiliary kind of information. I mean, after 500 you're finished. Yeah. So, I mean, there's no shortage with the powerful tool of the database where to go and then go searching. Oh, sugar, I have to go back now. Go hunting your topics. Okay, quickly go through this. I wonder someday I'd challenge myself to give a class not using the database. Okay, here we are, yeah. So sheer okay, where are we gone? Sorry, I'm jumping over forward. Think about identify related ideas. So you have your message, go put it in the database, find other verses the Prabhupada quotes, and then stories in the Shastra connect to the point. Okay. Obviously, every class has to have a few stories, other references. I guess, and then connect to that point. If Srila Prabhupada quotes a verse in the purport, go looking with that verse, put that verse into the database. Research under the other context, he quotes that verse, and different angles come up from the same point. 100% Prabhupada will use a verse in so many ways, and as I keep mentioning in the Monday morning lecture, Prabhupada, Sarva Dharma Prityajya, Mamikam, he quotes a Sanskrit, and then I must have 50 translations of that verse. He translates it in so many ways that what he gives so many comments, and my favorite one, of course, rascal, surrender, no, come here, I love you, or something like this. Like, what? That's the meaning of that verse? Probably gave that meaning to it. So, yeah, there's that one too. It's like, wow, really. So it's one of my little missions someday to compile all the translations, just the Sarva Dharma Prabhupada gave in his lectures. So if there's a verse in the purport, and if it's not directly quoted, Prabhupada is saying a verse. You should be able to see it. Oh, that's it. Go looking at the database for the verse. So prepare. Identify at least one or two Shatric verses you will quote in your class. So this is one of my, again, here I'm making this presentation, but I'm far from following it. But this is one of my weakest ones. And this is where I want to then give a cue to Ekachakra Grampa, who's given rebirth in sitting down, give a class, and quoting so many verses, and it's so nice. It's just so good. But so for me, who doesn't do it naturally, I will, in my notes, make a point. This is the verse you're going to say this verse. I'm going to quote it. Prabhupada's lectures, if you analyze them, he doesn't really even, you can say he doesn't even speak. He's just speaking in verses. Ravindranath Suprabhu pointed this out first time. It's just literally verse in his own words, after verse. You can take apart a 45-minute lecture, and that's Shabbat, and that's a verse, and that's a verse, and that's a verse. Even he's not directly quoting the Sanskrit, still verses. It's Shastra, and that's why there's so much weight in it.
Even the English that he speaks is actually a translation of a verse.
Well, yeah, it's something. Yeah, even the English, just the general text of his lecture is verses. You know, oh look, probably you'd love. Oh look at that! I know that verse and researching. Prabhupada speaks in verses. That's why it's weighty. That's why he. So to the degree that we do that, and so at least we should have a couple of moments where I'm going to quote a verse directly. And if it doesn't come naturally to us or so flowing like me, haven't prepared. Okay, I'm going to quote this verse. Okay, try to make a structured presentation. I think this is a huge point, and this is one I fail at myself a lot too. I try for it, because it's not easy, by the way. That's not easy. Even this little presentation here, of like, I had to quickly panic it again in the last, like, okay, that doesn't work. So it's some of us are not so wired, structured, like Chaitanya Chirant. It's why one of the reasons I love him so much, because it's so structured, it's so perfect, it's so clear. And even though, and especially his famous wrapping up at the end of his presentations, he loves to wrap up. I just can't do it. Every time I think I'm going to do it today, I'm going to do it, and I never do it. But we should at least try to structure it. And my little attempt personally is that I will always have a clear opening and a clear closing point. At least I will have that. Even though the middle in between might be not so structured. But at least have a good, strong opening. I like Bhagavati's point again. Devotees are kind of, okay, Bhagavatam class, here we go, let's stay awake. So it is good to have a good, strong opening. With anything, again, Jadu was saying, with writing or anything, but a class should have a good strong. Don't waffle into something. Hit something that's like, oh, this could be interesting. And it's nice to finish with a specific point too, because that's the bits we tend to remember the most. If you notice most questions in a class, it's the question in a class from the audience is about the last 5 minutes of the class. Usually not something 20 minutes ago. Can be, but not most. So try to have a structure, try to be systematic. This is my first point, then my next point. Again, it's hard to get, but at least work towards it, and that can help. It's very hard to get it perfect. With all this work, and particularly connected to the structure, in preparing, you're assimilating the topic. You're thinking about it. So something before that was like something you heard as a devotee. Now you're churning the material. You've looked up, you've found something. I like that point. You researched Prabhupada. You found supporting points. Now you try to make a structure, and all that is assimilation. Which, I think it's my next point. Okay, this next points are all connected. Don't write your thoughts out word for word. But condense your thoughts into bullet points that will springboard your talk in the direction you want. So that's a big point. Don't I'm here smashing prepare. Prepare, but then let go. But if you prepare nicely, that's this assimilation point. It'll be in there. It will come out as then Krishna wants it to come out. And I think it's my next point too. I like this point. Get your ideas. Oh my God, Mr. Waspy. Get your ideas in order, and then the words will follow. So don't have, I'm going to say exactly this word. It stifles it too much. But if your ideas are clear, and so whatever notes we bring, and I always prepare my notes, I have a list, which I often don't use so much, but they're just the ideas I want. Because I've worked on the ideas, then the words will naturally come. So the class is a nice combination of I'm prepared because I don't have so much realization, but it still should flow. Devotees don't want to hear something too mechanical or too dry, too read out. It reduces the ras. So they want to hear you speak, but your speaking has been you're qualified because you've prepared as much as you can. So I like to get your ideas in order, and the words will follow. And then I get 3 more points to finish this section. I'm almost on time. A nice little point is always to see how the verse fits into the chapter. We're here to hear Srimad Bhagavatam. So if every time this is the verse, so what's happened before? Let's hear it again. Let's hear it again. Let's hear it again. Let's hear it again. So it's always nice to see how your verse fits into the chapter, and then at the big class, you plan to give a little summary of where it fits in. And this is a point, I'm not sure exactly where I got it, but I try to follow this pretty religiously, and I think it's really important, is always quote at least one reference to Krishna's pastimes and something from Srila Prabhupada's pastimes too.
Why not Lord Chaitanya?
I mean, Lord Chaitanya, yes. So some direct Leela should be there. And it's some senior Vaishnava, I remember hearing say this, that any Gaudiya Vaishnava class, we are based on philosophy, we have our tattva, we're very strong on it. But at the end of the day, we want Leela, we want Ras. But it has to be built on tattva. And that's why we always, another interesting point about ISKCON's change, we know Srila Prabhupada's festival day appearance is always tattva, and today's appearance of Govardhan, Krishna to Govardhan Hill, Ki Jai. But now ISKCON we don't. We spend 95% on telling the Leelas, and we don't do much tattva. Interesting to do it now. I think there's a balance to be found there, but it is an interesting point. So I think you should always have Jai Shishi Radha Gopinath Lita Devi Shaka Devi Ki, Jaganabala Subhadra Maharani Ki, Shishi Gornitai Ki Jai, Tulsi Marani Giri Govardhan Ki Jai. I think it's an important element to always have at least planned, and of course, relevant. It should be something that's connected to your topic. And there's no shortage of material. There's no shortage of Krishna's pastimes, Lord Chaitanya's pastimes, and Prabhupada's pastimes. There's books and books and books, and it's all in the folio. So there's lots there. And yes, so that's presentation. So that's tomorrow. So, are there any last questions on preparations? Jai Bhata Maji.
Well, I was thinking about preparation. I think, because my mind is still digesting what you were saying, sometimes I find that, I guess we mentioned it a little bit, that there's a lot of prayer Radhadesh prayers and Mangalacharna prayers, we always talk about it, can get very mechanical. So how do you imbue more life into that? Maybe
my experience, when devotees talk about mechanical, we have to be always sure that am I putting my experience center stage, or the fact that this is what I've been told to do by my guru and by the founder acharyas to do center stage. What's center stage? What I feel, which is of course part of bhakti. Bhakti is all about feelings, but what's center stage? My feelings or what I've been told to do? So I would say we've been told to always seek blessings. It's an essential thing, and the way we seek blessings primarily is Prema Devani, Mangalacharya. This is how we seek the blessings of our previous acharyas. So my experience, mechanical or not, this is what our founder acharya did, therefore I do it. And later on, if Krishna likes, I might get some taste, but that's Krishna's decision. My job is just to follow. Experience or no. Bhagavati Maji. Yes.
With regard to the structured presentation, I remember the seminar that Urmila gave, and she said that you were also saying, like at the beginning, to catch everybody, she
Yes.
tell an anecdote.
Yes.
Something related to the lecture, can even be personal in that case.
Yes.
To get everybody's ear kind of.
Yes.
And she said when you start with the main thing that you want to talk about, then you come back to that same point.
That's what Chaitanya Charitamrita always does, no matter what he's doing. He'll always start, today we're going to discuss this, gives this 4 or 5 points, gives the class at the end, today we discussed this. Krishnadas Kaviraj in the Chaitanya Charitamrita repeats himself again and again and again, and repeats so many chapters. This is what we're going to discuss, he discussed it, we discussed this. Yes, it is an important basic technique to repeat. And we all know we need it, yes. So yes, Urmila Mataji also is a walking perfection of what it means to teach. she is the queen of teaching, and Chaitanya Charitamrita, yes, also very expert. So yes, and that point is one about exactly how to start is on tomorrow's presentation, about how to balance things like this to get devotees in the presentation. Okay, so that's tomorrow. So just big mean here, show hand. Tomorrow we're proceeding. There's interest. Okay, we weren't sure. Okay, on that note, Grantaraj, Srimad Bhagavatam ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Go Premanandi. Vikate Advaita Srini Vasa Chatadara Vikate Advaita Srini Vasa Chatadara Vasi Yache Gaurachan Ratna Simasahane Haroti Korena Brahma Adideva Gane Darai Adi Kori Chamaradulaya Darai Adi Kori Chamaradulaya Anjaya Mukunda Vasu Roshadigaya Shankar Bhaje Gandha Bhaje Bhaje Radhadesh Vanamala Kore Jalamala Shiva Shukana Radha Emegada Goraga Sampada Shiva Jaya Jaya Gora Chande Arati Kosho Jagamana Loba Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadada Sivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadada Sivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Vishnu Pad Brahmamsa Parivadakacharya Stotra Shatis Divine Grace Sri Bhakti Vedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Anant Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai Namachai Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai Prem Skaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sri Vasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai Shri Sri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Ki Jai Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai Navadvip Mayapur Dham Ki Jai Ganga Maya Munamai Ki Jai Bhakti Devi Tulsi Maharani Ki Jai Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga.
Pralada
Lilatangkanakalahaye Yato yato yami tato neshinga Yato yato yami tato neshinga Bae neshinga ridaye neshinga Madim Sharanam Prapade Nara Shinga Madim Sharanam Prapade Avakara Kamala Varenakam Adbhuta Shringam Dalita Hiranyakashipu Dano Bringam Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Avakara Kamala Vare Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jaya Nishingadev 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 Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Nrsimhadev Bhagavan ki, Prahlad Maharaj ki jai.
This one. This is 846.
Oh, no, sorry. This one? Yeah, the one, funny one. This one?
Yeah. It's the 46.
No, maybe it's the one which is funny.
I know.
Yeah?
No.
This is not, no? No, the one which is...
This is
with this one. That's with this one. This should be this.
Okay.
See, it is...
Which is this? 46, yeah.
Yeah, this
I
is
think
this.
so.
Must be long.
Because, oh,
This one, this one.
It's this one. It's this one.
Two books are
846. Huh? This one is 846 and this one is 842.
Okay, so it's
Okay. Yeah. I don't think
I also have to go. Getting older. Very much used.
Then in the end I will put on the same page.
Huh?
In the end I will put
Okay.
on the books
Okay.
the same page. There is one who used to come.
Did you hear that you have quite some people online?
Huh?
There's some people online.
I don't know. Oh.
Reading from Krishna book. Chapter is called Praise by the Personified Vedas, page 846. The personified Vedas continue to pray. Dear Lord, they said, from all Vedic information it is understood that you, the Supreme Controller, and all living entities are controlled. Both the Lord and the living entities are called Nitya, eternal, and so are qualitatively one. Yet the singular Nitya, or the Supreme Lord, is the controller, whereas the plural Nityas are controlled. The individual controlled living entity resides within the body, and the Supreme Controller, a Supersoul, is also present there, but the Supersoul controls the individual soul. That is the verdict of the Vedas. If the individual soul were not controlled by the Supersoul, then how could one explain the Vedic version that the living entity transmigrates from one body to another and enjoys or suffers the effects of his past deeds, sometimes being promoted to a higher standard of life and sometimes being degraded to a lower standard? Thus, the conditioned souls are not only under the control of the Supreme Lord, but are also conditioned by the control of the material nature. This relationship of the living entities with the Supreme Lord as the controlled and the controller definitely proves that although the Supersoul is all-pervasive, the individual living entities are never all-pervasive. If the individual souls were all-pervasive, there would be no question of their being controlled. The theory that the Supersoul and the individual soul are equal is therefore a polluted conclusion, and no sensible person accepts it. Rather, one should try to understand the distinctions between the Supreme Eternal and the subordinate Eternals. Personified Vedas therefore concluded, O Lord, you are the unlimited, eternal, Dhruva, and the living entities are the limited eternals. The form of the unlimited eternal is sometimes conceived as the universe form, and in Vedic literatures, like the Upanishads, the form of the limited eternal is vividly described. It is said therein that the original spiritual form of the living entity is 1/10,000th the size of the tip of a hair. It is also stated that spirit is greater than the greatest and smaller than the smallest. The individual living entities who are eternally part and parcel of God are smaller than the smallest. With our material senses, we can perceive neither the Supreme, who is greater than the greatest, nor the individual soul, who is smaller than the smallest. From the authoritative sources of Vedic literature, we have to understand both him, who is greater than the greatest, and him, who is smaller than the smallest. The Vedic literature states that the Supersoul is sitting within the heart of every living entity's body and is as big as a thumb. Therefore, the argument may be put forward, how can something the size of a thumb be accommodated within the heart of an ant? The answer is that this thumb measurement of the Supersoul is imagined in proportion to the body of the living entity. In no circumstance, therefore, can the Supersoul and the individual living entity be taken as one, although both of them enter within the material body of a living entity. The Supersoul lives within the heart to direct or control the individual living entity. Although both are Dhruva or eternal, the living entity is always under the direction of the Supreme. It may be argued that because the living entities are born of the material nature, they are all equal and independent. In the Vedic literature, however, it is said that the Supreme Personality of Godhead impregnates the material nature with the living entities, and then they come out. Therefore, the appearance of the individual living entities is not factually due to material nature alone. Just as a child produced by a woman is not her independent production. A woman is first impregnated by a man, and then a child is produced. As such, the child produced by the woman is part and parcel of the man. Similarly, the living entities are apparently produced by the material nature, but not independently. It is due to the impregnation of the material nature by the Supreme Father that the living entities are present. Therefore, the argument that the individual living entities are not parts and parcels of the Supreme cannot stand. For example, the different parts of the body cannot be taken as equal to the whole. Rather, the whole body is a controller of the different limbs. Similarly, the parts and parcels of the Supreme Whole are always dependent and are always controlled by the source of the parts and parcels. It is confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita that the living entities are parts and parcels of Krishna. Mamayevamsha. No sane man, therefore, will accept the theory that the supersoul and the individual soul are of the same category. They are equal in quality, but quantitatively, the supersoul is always the supreme, and the individual soul is always subordinate to the supersoul. That is the conclusion of the Vedas. The significant word used in this connection is Yanmaya or Chinmaya. In Sanskrit grammar, the word Maryat is used in the sense of transformation and also in the sense of fullness. The Mayavadi philosophers interpret that the word Yanmaya or Chinmaya indicates that the living entity is always equal to the Supreme. But one has to consider whether this affix, Maryat, is used for fullness or for transformation. The living entity never possesses anything exactly in the same proportion as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, this Maryat affix cannot be used to mean that the individual living entity is quantitatively equal with the Lord. The individual living entity never has full knowledge. Otherwise, how could he have come under the control of Maya or the material energy? The word fullness can be accepted, therefore, only in proportion to the magnitude of the living entity. The spiritual oneness of the Supreme Lord and the living entities is never to be accepted as homogeneous. Each and every living entity is individual. If homogeneous oneness is accepted, then by the liberation of one individual soul, all other individual souls would have been liberated immediately. But the fact is that every individual soul is differently enjoying and suffering in the material world. As mentioned above, the word Maryat is also used in the sense of transformation. Sometimes it is also used to mean byproduct. The impersonalist theory is that Brahman himself has accepted different types of bodies and that this is his lila or pastime. There are, however, many hundreds and thousands of species of life in different standards of living conditions, such as human beings, demigods, animals, birds and beasts. And if all of them were plenary expansions of the supreme absolute truth, then there would be no question of liberation, because Brahman would already be liberated. Another interpretation put forward by the Mayavadis is that in every millennium, different types of bodies are manifest, and when the millennium is closed, all the different bodies or expansions of Brahman automatically become one, ending all different manifestations. Then in the next millennium, according to this theory, Brahman again expands in different bodily forms. If we accept this theory, then Brahman becomes subject to change. But this cannot be accepted. From the Vedanta Sutra, we understand that Brahman is by nature joyful. He cannot therefore change himself into a body which is subject to so many painful conditions. Actually, the living entities are infinitesimal parts and parcels of Brahman, and as such, they are prone to be covered by illusory energy. As explained before, the particles of Brahman are like sparks blissfully dancing within a fire. There is a chance that they are falling from the fire to smoke, although smoke is another condition of fire. This material world is just like smoke, and the spiritual world is like a blazing fire. The innumerable living entities are prone to fall down to the material world from the spiritual world when influenced by the illusory energy. And it is also possible for the living entity to be liberated again by cultivation of real knowledge. When by cultivation of real knowledge, he becomes completely freed from the contamination of the material world. The theory of the Asuras is that the living entities are born of material nature or Prakriti, in touch with the Purusha. This theory also cannot be accepted because both the material nature and the Supreme Personality of Godhead are eternally existing. Neither the material nature nor the Supreme Personality of Godhead can be born. The Supreme Lord is known as Aja or unborn. Similarly, the material nature is called Aja. Both these terms, Aja and Aja, mean unborn. Because both the material nature and the Supreme Lord are unborn, it is not possible that they can beget the living entities. But it is accepted in the Vedic literature that as water in contact with air sometimes presents innumerable bubbles, so a combination of the material nature and the Supreme Person causes the appearance of the living entities within this material world. As bubbles in the water appear in different shapes, the living entities also appear in the material world in different shapes and conditions, influenced by the modes of material nature. Therefore, it is not improper to conclude that the living entities appearing within this material world in different shapes, such as human beings, demigods, animals, birds and beasts, all get their respective bodies due to different desires. No one can say when such desires were awakened in them, and therefore it is said, anadi karma, the cause of such material existence, is untraceable. No one knows when material life began, but it is a fact that it does have a point of beginning, because originally every living entity is a spiritual spark. As the sparks falling onto the ground from a fire has a beginning, so a living entity is coming to this material world has a beginning, but no one can say when. even though during the time of dissolution all the conditioned living entities remain merged within the spiritual existence of the Lord, as if in deep sleep. Their original desires to lord it over the material world do not subside. Again, when there is cosmic manifestation, they come out to fulfill the same desires, and therefore they appear in different species of life. The living entities merged into the Supreme at the time of dissolution are compared to honey. In a honeycomb, the tastes of different flowers are conserved. When one drinks honey, one cannot distinguish what sort of honey has been collected from what sort of flower, but the palatable taste of the honey presupposes that the honey is not homogeneous, but is a combination of different tastes. Another example is that although different rivers ultimately mix with the water of the sea, this doesn't mean that the individual identities of the rivers are thereby lost. Although the water of the Ganges and the water of the Yamuna mix with the water of the sea, the river Ganges and river Yamuna still continue to exist independently. The merging of different living entities into Brahman at the time of dissolution involves the dissolution of different types of bodies, but the living entities, along with their different tastes, remain individually submerged in Brahman until another manifestation of the material world. As the salty taste of seawater and the sweet taste of Ganges water are different, and this difference continuously exists, so the difference between the Supreme Lord and the living entities continuously exists, even though at the time of dissolution they appear to merge. The conclusion is therefore that even when the living entities become free from all contamination of material conditions and merge into the spiritual kingdom, their individual tastes in relationship with the Supreme Lord continue to exist. The personified Vedas continued. Dear Lord, it is therefore our conclusion that all living entities are attracted by your material energy, and that only due to their mistakenly identifying themselves as products of the material nature are they transmigrating from one kind of body to another in forgetfulness of their eternal relationship with you. Because of ignorance, these living entities misidentify themselves in different species of life, and especially when elevated to the human form of life, they identify with a particular class of men, or particular nation, or race, or so-called religion, forgetting their real identity as eternal servants of your Lordship. Due to this faulty conception of life, they are undergoing repeated birth and death. Out of many millions of them, if one becomes intelligent enough by associating with pure devotees, he comes to the understanding of Krishna consciousness and comes out of the jurisdiction of the material misconception. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, it is confirmed by Lord Chaitanya that the living entities are wandering within this universe in different species of life, but that if one of them becomes intelligent enough by the mercy of the spiritual master and the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, then he begins his devotional life in Krishna consciousness. It is said, Harim Vina Namritim Taranti. Without the help of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one cannot get out of the clutches of repeated birth and death. In other words, only the Supreme Lord, Personality of Godhead, can relieve the conditioned souls from the cycle of repeated birth and death. the personified Vedas continued. The influence of time, past, present and future, and the material miseries such as excessive heat, excessive cold, birth, death, old age and disease, arose simply the movements of your eyebrows. Everything is working under your direction. It is said in the Bhagavad Gita that all material activity is going on under the direction of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna. The Vedas continued. All the conditions of material existence are opposing elements for persons who are not surrendered unto you. But for those who are surrendered souls and are in full Krishna consciousness, these things cannot be a source of fear. When Lord Nrsimhadev appeared, Prahlad Maharaj was never afraid of him, whereas his atheist father was immediately faced with death personified and was killed. Therefore, although Lord Nrsimhadev appears as death for an atheist like Hiranyakashipu, he is always kind and is the reservoir of all pleasure for the devotees like Prahlad. A pure devotee is not therefore afraid of birth, death, old age, and disease. Shripad Sridhar Swami has composed a nice verse in this regard, the meaning of which is as follows. My dear Lord, I am a living entity perpetually disturbed by the conditions of material existence. I have been cracked to pieces by the smashing wheel of material existence, and because of my various sinful activities, while existing in this material world, I'm burning in the blazing fire of material reactions. Somehow or other, my dear Lord, I have come to take shelter under your lotus feet. Please accept me and give me protection. Srila Narottam Das Thakur also prays like this. My dear Lord, O son of Nanda Maharaj, associated with the daughter of Rishabhanu, I have come to take shelter under your lotus feet after suffering greatly in the material condition of life. And I pray that you please be merciful upon me. Please do not kick me away, for I have no other shelter than you. The conclusion is that any process of self-realization or God-realization other than bhakti yoga or devotional service is extremely difficult. Taking shelter of devotional service to the Lord in full Krishna consciousness is therefore the only way to become free from the contamination of material conditioned life, especially in this age. Those who are not in Krishna consciousness are simply wasting their time, and they have no tangible proof of spiritual life. It is said by Lord Ramchandra, I always give confidence and security to anyone who surrenders unto me and decides definitely that he is my eternal servant, for that is my natural inclination. Similarly, Lord Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, the influence of the material nature is insurmountable, but anyone who surrenders unto me can verily overcome the influence of material nature. The devotees are not at all interested in arguing with the non-devotees to nullify their theories. Rather than wasting time, they always engage themselves in the transcendental loving service of the Lord in full Krishna consciousness. The personified Vedas continued. Dear Lord, although great mystic yogis may have full control over the elephant of the mind and the hurricane of the senses, unless they take shelter of a bona fide spiritual master, they fall victim to the material influence. and are never successful in their attempts at self-realization. Where was I? Natural inclination. The influence of the material nature is insurmountable, but anyone who surrenders unto me can verily overcome the influence of material nature. The devotees are not at all interested in arguing with the non-devotees to nullify their theories. Rather than wasting time, they always engage themselves in the transcendental loving service of the Lord in full Krishna consciousness. The personified Vedas continued. Dear Lord, although great mystic yogis may have full control over the elephant of the mind and the hurricane of the senses, unless they take shelter of a bona fide spiritual master, they fall victim to the material influence and are never successful in their attempts at self-realization. Such unguided persons are compared to merchants going to sea on a ship without a captain. By one's personal attempts, therefore, one cannot get free from the clutches of material nature. One has to accept a bona fide spiritual master and work according to his direction. Then it is possible to cross over the nations of material conditions. Shripad Sridhar Swami has composed a nice verse in this connection, in which he says, O merciful spiritual master, representative of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, when my mind will be completely surrendered unto your lotus feet, at that time, only by your mercy I shall be able to get relief from all obstacles to spiritual life, and I shall be situated in blissful life. Actually, ecstatic samadhi, or absorption in the Supreme Personality of Godhead, can be achieved by constant engagement in His service. And this constant engagement in devotional service can be performed only when one works under the direction of a bona fide spiritual master. The Vedas, therefore, instruct that in order to know the science of devotional service, one has to submit himself unto the bona fide spiritual master. The bona fide spiritual master is he who knows the science of devotional service and disciplic succession. This disciplic succession is called Shrotriya. The prime symptom of one who has become a spiritual master in disciplic succession is that he is 100% fixed in Bhakti Yoga. Sometimes people neglect to accept a spiritual master, and instead they endeavor for self-realization by mystic yoga practice. But there are many instances of failure, even by great yogis like Vishwamitra. Arjuna said in the Bhagavad Gita that controlling the mind is as impractical as stopping the blowing of a hurricane. Sometimes the mind is compared to a maddened elephant. Without following the direction of the spiritual master, one cannot control the mind and the senses. In other words, if one practices yoga mysticism and doesn't accept a bona fide spiritual master, he will surely fail. He will simply waste his valuable time. The Vedic injunction is that no one can have full knowledge without being under the guidance of an acharya. Acharyavan Purusho Veda. one who has accepted an acharya knows what is what. The absolute truth cannot be understood by arguments. One who has attained the perfect Brahminical stage naturally becomes renounced. He doesn't strive for material gain, because by spiritual knowledge he has come to the conclusion that in this world there is no insufficiency. Everything is sufficiently provided by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. A real Brahmana, therefore, doesn't endeavor for material perfection. Rather, he approaches the bona fide spiritual master to accept orders from him. A spiritual master's qualification is that he is Brahmanishta, which means that he has given up all other activities and has dedicated his life to working only for the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna. When a bona fide student approaches the bona fide spiritual master, he submissively prays to the spiritual master, "My dear Lord, kindly accept me as a student and train me in such a way that I will be able to give up all other processes of self-realization and simply engage in Krishna consciousness, devotional service." The devotee, engaged by the direction of the spiritual master in the transcendental loving service of the Lord, contemplates as follows. "My dear Lord, you are the reservoir of pleasure. Since you are present, what is the use of transcendental pleasure derived from society? What is the use of transient pleasure derived from society, friendship and love? Persons unaware of the supreme reservoir of pleasure falsely engage in deriving pleasure from sense gratification, but this is transient and illusory." In this connection, Vidyapati, a great Vaishnava devotee and poet, says, "My dear Lord, undoubtedly there is some pleasure in the midst of society, friendship and love, although it is materially conceived. But such pleasure cannot satisfy my heart, which is like a desert. In a desert there is need of an ocean of water, but if only a drop of water is poured in the desert, what is the value of such water? Similarly, our material hearts are full of multi-desires, which cannot be fulfilled by materialistic society, friendship and love. When our hearts begin to derive pleasure from the supreme reservoir of pleasure, then we can be satisfied. That transcendental satisfaction is possible only in devotional service, in full Krishna consciousness." The personified Vedas continued, "Dear Lord, you are Satchit Ananda Vigraha, the ever blissful form of knowledge. And because the living entities are parts and parcel of your personality, their natural state of existence is to be fully conscious of you. In this material world, anyone who has developed such Krishna consciousness is no longer interested in the materialistic way of life. A Krishna conscious being becomes uninterested in family life, where there is some concession for sense enjoyment. In other words, he is no longer interested in sense gratification. The perfection of human life is based on knowledge and renunciation, and it is very difficult to attempt to reach the stage of knowledge and renunciation while in family life. Krishna conscious persons, therefore, take shelter of the association of devotees, sanctified places of pilgrimage."
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Diti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashyata Deshatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Bol, Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Bol, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gopinata Shri Radhe, Jai Radha 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 Shri Radhe, Jai Radhe, Jai Radhe, Jai Radhe. Shri Shri Radha Gopinath ki, Jagannatha Baladev Subhadra Maharani ki, Shri Shri Gaur Nitai ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Nitai Gaur Premanande, Hari Hari Bol.
It's next to the football field.
Oh wait, oh it's over there.
I don't know.
Don't forget.
I was there last year. Oh, okay. I don't know.
You go?